no significance,
So
but
we
they
might
cannot
have
be
the
where a stock of
audio
people's
issues
starts and
taken care
finishes.
of.
There must also be a
little bit
spiritual
low.
prism to the race that enables it to
We're gonna do some
participate in the
FL,
transcendent and find
just listen to some
voluntary
podcast
common
shit or
ground
something.
with every
Get
other
all the work
race
done.
who have also
Sorry I've been
overcome their
gone so
merely
long.
material
Been
conditioning.
lacking.
It is through
Fully
this
broken my
conquering of the
patterns.
material aspects
Trying
of
to get
race
back
that the
up.
barrier preventing
let's get into it.
participation in the empire is removed. Each participating
wasn't
people in the
too loud
empire
for y'all to not
retains
hear
their
any of that.
unique material qualities, while also being able to share in a sacred peace and justice with any other people who have also elevated themselves to a superior dignity and are living in alignment with Dharma. This point cannot be overstated. Unlike the false empires of the modern age, which seek to make every individual and race the same through an artificial leveling to the lowest common denominator, the true empire allows for and can celebrate the material diversity of peoples and cultures, understanding that the unity comes from above. In such a case, diversity is not a threat to the order, but simply an example of the one reflected into the many. Evelyn is very clear that an empire that is not a sacred empire is simply not an empire at all, and he likens it instead to a cancerous growth. The imperialist escapades of the Kali Yuga have all been disastrous failures, and the reason is that they lacked any authentically spiritual metapolitical and meta-national element. While many imperialist experiments were religiously motivated, they were ultimately not spiritual, connected more to dogma and ideology than to anything transcendent, and so they failed to go beyond earthly desires for increased power and riches for their own kingdoms. What can only happen then is a domination over smaller powers through violence and force, rather than through the manifestation of divine justice and peace, through exemplifying virtue and beauty, and through living in harmony with Dharma. The larger powers are then not in any way more virtuous than those they conquer, but simply have the largest capacity for violence. Once the idea of regere has become secularized and cut off from any traditional spiritual core, then it is nothing more than a temporal and centralizing idea. This is illustrated by the investiture controversy of the Middle Ages. The nobility of Europe, especially anointed kings, frequently assumed sacred duties, such as building and supporting churches and monasteries, and also by appointing bishops and abbots, who were often laymen rather than initiated clergy. The practice of simony, the sale of church offices, was widespread, and the nobility often appointed to those roles those who would be loyal to them. When investing a bishop, the king would present him with a staff symbolizing a spiritual authority, and a ring symbolizing his bond, and saying, "Receive the church." Church in this context means both the spiritualia and regalia, that is the episcopal office, but also the relevant rights and properties. In return, the newly invested bishop would swear homage to the king, which would oblige the bishop to assist the king both spiritually and materially by fulfilling the requirements of servitium regis, service to the king. Up until the
I'm here now. We had another track that I'd open this stream up with that I want to get back to, unless that was it. I'm tripping. Some basic coming and goings tonight, y'all. Don't have your hopes up. Should probably try to just sell this loop to Keys. Fuck, need some money.
Gregorian reforms of the 11th century, these arrangements generally worked for the benefit of all concerned and were accepted by everyone, including popes. However, by the mid-11th century, Pope Gregory VII took issue with the nominations of bishops by kings and lords that he considered to be merely temporal rulers, and the practice became controversial. While Pope Gregory initially accepted the lay investitures at the beginning of his papacy, he eventually came into increasing conflict with King Henry IV of the German Salian dynasty, who reigned as King of Germany from 1054 and as Holy Roman Emperor from 1084. King Henry's refusal to obey Gregory's papal commands disrupted the traditional harmony between the offices. When Henry and the German and northern Italian bishops renounced their obedience to the Pope and called on him to abdicate in 1076, Gregory excommunicated Henry and his bishops and absolved his subjects of their oaths of allegiance to Henry. An apparent reconciliation between the two in Canossa saw Henry offer penance to be received back into the church, and in so doing gave up the traditional position of the king as an authority equal to or greater than the church. But despite this, the tension continued and he was excommunicated again in 1080. Pope Gregory eventually banned all ecclesiastical investiture of laymen, an anti-traditional move to say the least, as it aimed at a deconsecration of both the state and of royalty by declaring that the king had no right or power to appoint priestly offices, and denying the office of the king as something sacred with a special and superior connection to God. The investiture controversy became a struggle for supremacy between sacerdotium and regnum. Evelyn remarks that this is a somewhat ironic twist. In attempting to curb the power of the king over the priestly caste, it instead set a precedent for the separation of church and state that would eventually backfire on the church. Despite papal power increasing in the 12th and 13th centuries, the 14th century saw a rise in nationalism, and the papal seat was forced to move from Rome to Avignon due to unfavorable political conditions, followed by the Great Schism, which had disastrous effects for the Catholic Church, as rival popes divided along national lines and played into political antagonisms. The Gregorian reforms effectively stripped regal authority of its transcendent and divine character, and reduced the king to only a temporal power who served at the will of the people, rather than at the command of God. From this point on, the Church made it clear that only the priestly caste enjoyed a sacred character, and therefore that primacy belonged solely to her. The Church would soon find that the populism she had stoked would turn against her authority as well. The continued involvement of the Church in the political dramas of Europe undermined the spiritual authority of the clergy, and by the 16th century had led to the Reformation, an outright
11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. toes down. He's a big 11 toes down. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours. toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of He's 11 toes down. He's 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan. 11 toes down. 11 toes down. 11 toes. 11 toes down. 11 toes down. 11 toes down. 11 toes down. He's 11 toes down. He's a big 11 toes down. He's a big 11 toes down. He's 11 toes down. He's 11 toes down. He's a big 11 toes down. He's 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves you so much. 11
I never have anyone in chat, so hopefully.
Get cable-free live TV with no hidden fees or long-term contract.
Kind of fences, disability breaking. The person with the most infractions will be going home. So people are watching, submitting them for manual review. Just they're all being manually reviewed. Kind of like how TCS and stuff. We're manually reviewing these infractions, making sure they're valid. There's 6 so far. Total 8 pending, so there's 2 that just came in. But they are being counted and watched very closely, so just, okay, you're fine there. I just want to tell everybody, yesterday, I remember the plumbing issue, right? The plumbing issue, I thought it was fixed. It's not. So it's very critical that we only use the bedroom, 4 bathroom, or basically the show's fun. That's kind of why I'm a little nervous right now. So if you have to take a shit or something, just shit in Josie's room, well, Josie's bathroom for the time being. So we have to block out. I hate doing this.
So we can shower in the bathrooms?
No water in any bathrooms because the lines are connected, and we have to find that rubber snake. Basically, the rubber snake was flushed out the toilet, as you guys know. We'll have to write this down for Sylvia afterwards. But yeah, I'm just the black tape. This is serious tape. This is life or death. This is shows over tape. So if you see this on the door, that means don't go in. We're all fucked, and it's over. So I'm gonna tape up. I'm just gonna put tape. Don't do that. That would count. There we go. Alright, I'm taping up the downstairs bathroom, and then I'm going to the upstairs bathroom. I'm taping that up. The only bathroom that works is Josie's room. You'll be shitting in Josie's room. Thank you guys. And we'll get this fixed ASAP, but it's very critical. If the water clogs up, then the plumbing's done, and then we just shot, and then we all go home, and we all suck. That's all.
Jellies is mine.
It's been downhill since Bush won, at least in terms of presidential dignity, since Bush Sr. is all been downhill, and frankly also in America's fate. I believe possibly last turning point was 19. A museum were actually shown to be fake. That's a 95% fake rate, forgery rate at a major museum. And the entire art the entire art world, art industry, the art criticism world, art theory world is all total fraud. And this includes many museum exhibits as well as the most venerated creatures of the connoisseur circuit. But most of all, it includes your conception of high art and the role of high art as it's been received, especially if you had the misfortune of having your aesthetic sense violated by a university department, even through maybe one course or by following any contemporary art debates. It's all a front and a fraud. So let me give you some examples. You take Bernard Berenson. Who is this man, Bernard Berenson? Very famous in art world. He lived roughly mid-19th century, about 1860 he was born, to mid-20th century. And he was a man said to be a high aesthete, an art appraiser who established himself as an expert on Renaissance masters, an art historian who became a critic and authenticator of art, which of course involved him in the market for artworks. He was born in Lithuania as Valvrujansky, and would have likely tried to run real estate speculation scams on Polish or Ukrainian peasants if his family hadn't immigrated to America, where he found the land of opportunity. He was a precocious student and so on and so forth. And by the way, how about that name change? You know, my favorite case of a WASP or Nordic impersonation is Holbrook, Richard Holbrook. Look up that guy, what his name was before. Another one is Bill Crystal. Bill Crystal's father, Irving Crystal, acted a lot like Trump. Guy from the Bronx, but Bill Crystal, he acts very different. Where did he learn to act that way? Why does he do that? Anyway, but unfortunately, old ethnic animus is not left behind with a name or with a manner change. Not in these cases. I don't need to go over the whole career of this man, Bernard Berenson, except to point out that he used to be seen as one of the major, if not the major authority in American art history. He held court at a villa in Florence, Italy. It's called Itati Villa, still exists. And he had around him a whole retinue of celebrities, European nobility, so-called writers and intellectuals and financiers and such who like to be seen around a man of such refinement in taste. Oh, how brunch, so refined. He is the plaster model of all the figures you see in media propaganda movies and all such prefab about a very refined aesthete and connoisseur who holds court, but of course he was a fraud. There's a book about this called Artful Partners, and I linked before to an article that showed, together with other art appraisers on the make, he duped people at the time into paying exorbitant fees for fake art, false attributions, all such kinds of things. He made false attributions for profit. But this is par for the course in modern art world. I linked to another article that showed something like 95%, and yes, there's not exaggeration, 95% of so-called pre-Columbian, you know, Aztec and Olmec and such artifacts at a major California museum were actually shown to be fake. That's a 95% fake rate, forgery rate at a major museum. And in fact, that is not unheard of. Loki Julianus, the poster, linked just the other day to how, most known Chinese inscriptions of any antiquity are in these kinds of bronze inscriptions. But virtually none of them are available to outsiders. Outside scholars don't get to see them, to handle them directly. They have only what can be seen in photography, in photographs from catalogs. And estimates are even that from what can be seen in these photographs, estimates that are about half are fake, half are forgeries. And these are mainstream sources that I've been talking about so far. Mainstream books, mainstream articles, not internet nut jobs like me, but mainstream books. And basically the whole art world right now is pretentious shit. And that can be seen from consulting their own sources. It's made to pilfer people. It's made to pilfer the rich on one hand, and on the other, it's made by the rich to store value from usury, from money laundering, from this kind of thing. But this is all, everything I've described so far, this is primitive stuff. This is a kind of primitive corruption 1.0. And since then, they have upped their game quite a bit. You see, boys and girls, well, actually, I should be honest, there are maybe 5 girls who listen to my show, and they're all dominatresses, they're all monsters. But you see, boys and girls, if you go to a third world country, I told you before, you have an advantage, because you can actually get out a lot of petty crap with a bribe. I'm not saying I do cannibalism or this kind and I bribe to get out of it. I do nothing bad, actually, aside from minor thing like I told you on street to amuse myself. But it's, with modern states, there is such a thing called robo-legislation. So no matter where you go, there is just endless laws upon laws passed by these parliaments who feel the need to pass endless legislation and regulations. So you're always actually in breach of some law, including in America, especially in America most of all, where you can see how it's inconsistently applied. They always have something on you. This is a kind of corruption. In the third world, you can get out of this insanity with a small bribe. Let's say if you're actually corrupt, you can pay a small bribe to the undersecretary of the Ministry of the Interior and so forth, and you can get the right to import something or to mine something or to have a 17-year-old wife or whatever. Whereas, in America, of course, if you do that, if you do pay direct bribes, you will go to jail. But what happens instead, they up the game, like I'm telling you, is they legalized it. So they found legal ways to do these same things. They made it systematic. That's how you get the Clinton family going from 0 net worth to $225 million net worth, despite having been in public life the whole time. And it's all done legally. So you see, the third world way of doing corruption, that's pikery, that's small-time stuff. In Washington, D.C., it's all indirect or actually legalized. And the reason I say this all is because they did the same, in a way, in the art world. So Bernard Berenson Wawrzyński was a piker compared to what happened after World War II in the art market. Why go through all the trouble of finding historical pretext to make false attributions and go through that risk when you can actually design a fake, abstract, intellectual theory, a whole theory about, say, non-representational art, when you can have fake artists fulfill that theory and then have overvaluations of that crap art where the super rich buy it as a store of value? You see where I'm getting at? Why not create a whole fraudulent market of so-called art that wears the skin of the previous art tradition as camouflage? And for this, to understand this, what happened with art world after World War II, I encourage you to read Tom Wolfe's book, The Painted Word, which is about precisely this, and about mainly how 3 art critics, Clement Greenberg most of all, but also Harold Rosenberg and Leo Steinberg. So yes, Greenberg, Rosenberg, Steinberg, Ratzenberg. sorry, I'm just copying Michael Savage now, but about basically how the art of that time, of the 60s and 70s, and what came after, was designed to cater to these theories. In other words, art had become a handmaid to art criticism or art theory, and the artist a slave to the critic. And Tom Wolfe, he defends against critics of his argument, I think, quite well. I saw a debate you can find still, I think, on YouTube, debates where he gets questioned by very angry young ladies in the audience. And he defends himself by pointing out that he did quite a bit of research in this book, and he shows the chronology of how the critics' theories predate the art it's supposed to describe. And in many cases, he shows actually direct cause and effect, how these critics, in particular Clement Greenberg, determined the artists themselves, or gave orders for what kind of art should be contrived. And of course, you have to add to it, it's recently come out that all this garbage art was founded by the CIA. You know, it's very funny, when this fact was passed around on Twitter some time ago recently, a very reasonable gentleman from academia came on very fast and lectured me that this was not so bad, you know, because the CIA supported Jackson Pollock and other kind of non-representational art, because it wanted to show that America also had artistic and youthful vitality and high culture, and not just the Soviets and their various forms of propaganda. So I don't know about that. I don't know. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you? That's something for you to consider. Why do you need a secret police agency to fund this kind of thing? I'm not sure. And to create an artificial market based on intellectual fraud. But that's for you to think about. Because remember, what attention and money goes to this crap does not go to other artists who are shut out of attention and shut out of being able to live. And to be and of being able to make their own art. But basically, this, what I'm telling you, forget the CIA for a moment, this complex art theory, museums, oligarchs, artists like Jackson Pollock and others after 60s and 70s is a front for money laundering, okay? Behind all the abstract word-chopping theories, all the so-called artistic efforts, the posturing, the bohemian posturing, this is a way to justify the creation of an art market based on artistic fraud of pieces that provide little to no visual experience or no profound perception or emotion, that objectively in a normal time would be seen as worthless or at most as some basic decoration, including by people, yes, of genuine taste. I would claim this, yes, but they are hyped in this closed loop of media artifice to fetch enormous sums, and then are seen as methods to store money and to have asset appreciation during inflation. This then is a way in which the corruption of someone like Berenson becomes legalized and formalized and even accepted to the point where it impersonates the art. And art gets replaced by art theory and ultimately an art market, because the theory being words are manipulable by the Bergs who control the organs of so-called art criticism and art media. And Tom Wolfe was predictably called a fascist for this book, The Painted Word. It caused a complete meltdown in the Jewish press, because this, of course, what I've been describing is one of the principal means of both artistic, cultural, and financial corruption in the modern world, this fake art market. Well, it's worth quite a lot, you know, this art market. Just look into it. And if you criticize their designated gatekeepers and manipulators of word formulas and of these art speculations that create the value of this market, you're in a bad way. You're a Nazi. Well, I must take a break and hopefully back to discuss more pleasant matters, maybe. Market of so-called art is pretentious shit, and who is this man, Bernard Berenson, very famous in together with the destruction of artistic traditions was unfortunately already upon the West before this imposture that I'm talking about. Otherwise, it couldn't have happened, or not as easily. But even so, this fraudulent impersonation of art by a contrived art market and media marketing it has had terrible effects. And I mean that to the extent I've even met young painters who believed that the value of an artwork or of a book was determined by its market, by who bought it, or by its market value, by the money price that it could fetch on this art market, or by its audience, and that they maintain it is metaphysically indeterminate to even consider whether a piece of art has objective aesthetic worth. And this kind of thinking probably takes root in people who are either of small spirit to begin with, or otherwise maybe they are okay people, but they have temporary weakness in their lives and they start to believe this crap. But this kind of thinking couldn't have taken such strong roots without the Clement Greenbergs and those types who followed in the footsteps of the Berensons before them. And to me, this is just a small case of something much worse. Two things that are in fact much worse, which is, first of all, what I just briefly described to you regarding the art market is a kind of fraud, but it's a kind of species of the big lie, the media big lie. And this kind of big lie was born at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th. Not that it didn't exist before in some form, but by the end of the 19th century, the world had already had about 100 years of democracy and of the so-called free press already existing within the democratic so-called world. And this last principle, the press or mass media, had managed by the end of the 19th century and not before, but by that time it had managed to establish itself to where it could now, together with politicians, spooks, and oligarchs, it could begin actually pushing big lies on society in a coordinated way that had been impossible before. And if you question their coordinated lies, they call you now a conspiracy theorist, which makes you a target of law enforcement. But there are many such big lies in the 20th century, many. And the art story after 1960 or so, that is one big lie that I described to you. But I believe, to give you just one example, one of the first big lies, if not the first one of all, was the Dreyfus Affair.
In less than 9 months,
that appears to be the birth of the so-called intellectual. The intellectual being a modern, politically engaged artist or writer who pretends to be somewhat of an intermediary between the philosopher and the people, or an artist who's politically engaged, again, who writes in support of a public cause. But I will link later on my account an article, a speculative article for sure, not mainstream media article, but that presents plenty of very odd events surrounding the Dreyfus Affair, so that it appears to have been a media psychological warfare engineered by the French deep state to try to discredit the reactionary opponents of the Third Republic. So in other words, the regime of that time in France, with the Third Republic, this kind of democracy allied with mass media and high finance, and the French deep state, the military intelligence organs, it appears from what it looks like that they ran the Dreyfus Affair. It was completely contrived by them, and Dreyfus actually never did a day of time in Guyana. But that they did this to discredit their nationalist and reactionary opponents. And actually, if you read Guy de Maupassant, the novel Bel Ami, which I've discussed before, but it's one of the most powerful criticisms of modern mass democracy and modern mass media. This one was written a little bit before, in the 1880s, I think, and it really exposes media operations and modern so-called free press for what they are, the dissemination of the big lie. So you could say Maupassant, he anticipated this whole criticism of the media big lie that I'm referring to here when I attack the art market fraud and the Dreyfus fraud, and then of course many other fraud. His novel, Bel Ami, is about a handsome officer who's down and out in Paris. He's broke. He's from his Normand background. I think he served in Algeria. He comes to Paris or in North Africa and he ends up rising in the ranks of Parisian high society by seducing a string of wealthy and influential mistresses, some of them married. And well, I may discuss the novel some other time. You know, you aficionados of game, why don't you use your skills to seduce rich women like this? It could be very useful for us. But anyway, this novel is very striking Mishima style before Mishima. It's a contrast between the virile vitality of this officer and the way he is able to use that power to subvert the so-called power of the word, which is the press, the modern press, or what Nietzsche elsewhere, he calls it the false Socratism of the modern world. And that's the bigger point I'm getting to in everything I mentioned so far, is that what we see in all these distortions surrounding art, for example, is the triumph of word over vital image, or of logos, of logocentrism, which is not a reason. Please understand this. This is why in Nietzsche, in the lecture that I'm referring to, he says this modern Socrates doesn't speak Greek, nor is he reasonable, and he calls this modern Socratism the Jewish press. I'm sorry if this offends you, that's Nietzsche's own words. Imagine that. He's not what you hear from lefty or liberal or even so-called conservative academics. He had quite unusual opinions that you do not hear about. And what you have here, in any case, are words, word formulas, used as incantations and spells, a belief not in reason, but in empty words and phrases and speech used as weapons. Which speech for the sake of speech, which in practice this womanly reliance on legalistic technicality to try to disingenuously, for example, get around facts that you don't want to admit, or especially it consists in tactics of guilt by taboo association. It's not actual reason, it's a form of weaponry by speech, or the word choppery of the art theories I mentioned, and many other similar critical or academic theories. And this is a morass of word garbage that the modern world, inflicts on every intelligent man, a labyrinth that it makes it almost impossible to escape. It does not want to let you escape this. It's very hard to get out from under it. Other thinkers have tried to get out from under it, and I've tried in whatever way I could somewhat to shock people out from under it with the images that I post, which, by the way, even the images they say I post half-naked models, I don't just post them at random. It's very hard to find the particular ones I choose. I choose very carefully. It takes me a long time to find the images that emit the right kind of power and vibes. And then also with the kind of language that I use sometimes, I try the same. Because I believe in the end of the worship of logocentrism and the end of mere words. And I believe in the eruption and rebirth of vital life again in art and also in politics. And I'll be right back. I'm sorry I did not talk about pleasant things. I will be right back to talk about some pleasant things, things I admire in the visual arts. all art, I would say even literature, should work on you by making you forget words and having you understand things in much more direct way that has to do with inborn perception. Yes, art, visual art, actually I'd say literature too, but certainly visual art and music should work on you. I don't want to say by making you feel or just to feel, but certainly not by making you think in the sense of thinking logical sequences of thought. If by thinking you mean being abstract words or word sequences, something like a crossword puzzle or an algebra equation or a series of if-then propositions, I don't see the point of using art for that. Ultimately, people who use art to do that, to intellectualize, are just using it, they're assisting it, they're looking at it to feel smart, which is to say for status. And this includes, by the way, nearly all women. And on this subject, I think it's good introduction to what art actually is, to look at why women usually, as a rule, can't really appreciate it. So I don't like to read things out on this show. I don't like to read things that other people write. It's boring to me. But I make exceptions this time. I read some quick passage from Schopenhauer, from his famous essay on women. I think you will like it, because he says, this is Schopenhauer now, nothing different can be expected of women if it is borne in mind that the most eminent of the whole sex have never accomplished anything in the fine arts that is really
Shinedown, the Revolution's live tour, with very special guests.
a museum were actually shown to be fake.
How were they on the pay? Did they pay?
A museum were actually, or an artist who's politically shadows of game. Why don't you use your skills to seduce rich women like this? It could be very useful for us. But anyway, this novel is very striking Mishima style. Before Mishima are words, word formula, word gap. Because I believe in the end of the worship of logocentrism and the end of mere words. And I believe in the eruption and rebirth of vital life again in art and also in politics. And I'll be right back. I'm sorry I did not talk about pleasant things. I will be right back to talk about some pleasant things, things I admire in the visual arts. all art, I would say even literature, should work on you by making you forget words and having you understand things in much more direct way that has to do with inborn perception. Yes, art, visual art, actually I'd say literature too, but certainly visual art and music should work on you. I don't want to say by making you feel or just to feel, but certainly not by making you think in the sense of thinking logical sequences of thought. If by thinking you mean being abstract words or word sequences, something like a crossword puzzle or an algebra equation or a series of if-then propositions, I don't see the point of using art for that. Ultimately, people who use art to do that, to intellectualize, are just they're using it, they're assisting it, they're looking at it to feel smart, which is to say for status. And this includes, by the way, nearly all women. And on this subject, I think is good introduction to what art actually is, to look at why women usually, as a rule, can't really appreciate it. So I don't like to read things out on this show. I don't like to read things that other people write. It's boring to me. But I make exceptions this time. I read some quick passage from Schopenhauer from his famous essay on women. I think you will like it because he says, this is Schopenhauer now, nothing different can be expected of women if it is borne in mind that the most eminent of the whole sex have never accomplished anything in the fine arts that is really great, genuine, and original, or given the world any kind of work of permanent value. This is the most striking in regard to painting, the technique of which is as much within their reach as within ours. This is why they pursue it so industriously. Still, they have not a single great painting to show, for the simple reason that they lack that objectivity of mind, which is precisely what is so directly necessary in painting. They always stick to what is subjective. For this reason, ordinary women have no susceptibility for painting at all. For natura non facet saltum, that means nature does not make a leap. And Huarte, in his book, which has been famous for 300 years, Examen de Ingenios, sorry, he cites it in Spanish. It's a book in Spanish. You're not going to look it up anyway, by Huarte. But he says, he contends that women do not possess the higher capacities. Individual and partial exceptions do not alter the matter. Women are and remain, taken altogether, the most thorough and incurable Philistines. And because of the extremely absurd arrangement which allows them to share the position and title of their husbands, they are a constant stimulus to his ignoble ambitions. And further, it is because they are Philistines that modern society, to which they give the tone and where they have sway, has become corrupted. End quote. So Schopenhauer says this, but to really understand what he means by objectivity of mind, by the way, he's completely right. When you hear women whine today about how they're oppressed and they were never allowed access to the arts, you know, they were allowed access to the arts plenty. A housewife could meet with other housewives and they could have a painting club and access to paint and materials. Many of them were quite well off, but they never managed to perfect painting at all. While they did, however, in some cases manage to be good writers. It's rare, but they did manage to do that, which shows it's a different kind of matter when it comes to the visual arts. The women do not have access, really, to the plastic visual arts. Yes, I know you can make exceptions, that Mexican chick or Georgia or Keith, I don't know, is not my thing. I think it's contrived. Nobody really pays attention to it because it's crap, it's pushed on you. But Schopenhauer, what does he mean when he says objectivity of mind? I'm sorry I have to rely so much on him, but he writes very well, and basically I agree with him on the meaning of the visual art, on the meaning of painting, and why you must understand why he says this. To really understand objectivity of mind, you have to look at what he says about the Dutch painters, and in particular the still life paintings for which he had so much admiration.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this second day of our Wyeth Foundation for American Art Symposium at the National Gallery on the topic of the African American art world in 20th century Washington, D.C. My job really is just to present Ruth Fine, who is going to have a discussion with the artist this morning, and really she genuinely needs no introduction in this space, having served as curator of modern prints at the gallery from 1980 to 2002, and then for the next decade as curator of special projects in modern art, in which role she presented many exhibitions, including the memorable Romare Bearden exhibition and also the work of Georgia O'Keeffe. I think we just want to mention with great pride the fact that last year her catalog and exhibition procession, The Art of Norman Lewis, was honored by the College Art Association with the Alfred Barr Award for the best catalog of the year. And congratulations to Ruth for that. Thank you. So Ruth, it's over to Ruth Fine. Thank you.
It's really great to be here, and everybody's name's in front of them, so I don't think I need to tell you about them, and those, or tell you who they are. But in thinking about this last night, in addition to wanting to say it's wonderful to be back here with so many people I love in a space that I love, it's also quite a privilege to be on this stage with this incredible group of esteemed artists. I sent this program to a collector friend in New York, and he wrote back to me, whoa.
A museum were actually shown to be fake. It was 1990s or early 1990s, and Pat Buchanan was America's last chance for some kind of peaceful, healthy resolution. But at least in terms of presidential dignity, since Bush 1 has all been downhill. You know, I never liked this man, Bush Sr., his policies, but he was a serious man, and the last president America had. I have no patience for people who complain about the supposed vulgarity of Trump, or say he's a clown, or the potty mouth, or this kind of thing. America has had clown presidents since the end of Bush 1, and only a very coarse sense of what's vulgar or not vulgar can make you think Trump is worse than Clinton, for example. Clinton was the first nostril president, okay? The backwoods clown for the plebs. It doesn't get more vulgar than the saxophone guy, the underwear brand on TV guy that Clinton was. He imagined himself an alpha ladies man, but you look at all of his past conquests, what do they amount? I mean, he bullied secretaries and such. And then he was entrapped by Epstein and whoever he was working for with Monica Lewinsky. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but why did Epstein have a portrait of Clinton in a blue dress up on his wall in Monica Lewinsky's dress? Was it just a nice joke, or was it a trophy? Well, think it through. If you're a rich blackmailer who uses sexual blackmail on behalf of who knows who, and you put that painting up, why would you do that? Is it a joke? So this performing blackface clown Clinton, then they had winner Bush 2, Bush Jr., W. And I don't need to remind you about Bush 2. He's already been made fun of too much. He's a simian of some kind, and I do like the clips of him. There's one where he goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Is very funny, and he talk of promoting love between women and their gynecologists. Is this type of guy? But it's possible that W. Bush 2, that he was just a man of high leisure and a highbrow troll. I'm not sure. He possibly, if he had mistress, possibly his mistresses were better looking than Clinton's, I'm sure. I mean, again, look at Clinton. But anyway, Bush 2, Bush W, he was not running anything. The derp state strategy is to put a clown in a pantsuit up like Hillary Clinton, and then to threaten your country with a horrid apocalyptic bombing campaign so you don't know what to do. Clinton as president is equivalent of Caligula making his horse as senator. You've heard this before. It totally throws people off. It's Thomas 77 idea. He pointed this out. It's a form of psychological warfare to pick clown presidents like this. So that's right, I said it. American president choices since Bush 1 have been psychological warfare by the derp state. Now, Trump is different. He's also psychological warfare, but from what I hear, apparently by another faction. One without a name yet. My friend Ildvold, he knows. I will alert you to his presence. But yes, you see, then you had what me worry Alfred E. Newman Obama, the dorkiest black bathhouse monger they could find as president. Obama, another vulgarian. Listen to his audiobook. Listen to him struggle to say motherfucker. Here's this word. Listen to him struggle say this with a black accent. He's library dork. Obama is American black in the same way, you know, if I ran for office in America, I can start to claim I'm a Scotch-Irish descendant from settlers of Tennessee. That's the same way that Obama is an American black man. It's trans-ethnicism. So this man was pegged every night throughout the course of his administration by Michael. And meanwhile, guys like John Negroponte, they run the country. So I'm telling you, Spurgs, to consider taking foreign service exam. It's a very difficult exam, and it no longer guarantees you a diplomatic post, but still, we need people in such positions. So where am I going with this? I'm saying you live in a clown regime, and Trump is the intended cure. We'll see how he does. Nothing is over until it's over in politics, but I understand why many of you despair and are upset, because you've been thrust into a carnival show of, as I thought, hellscape. As I thought, that's from Lovecraft for you non-weebs. And you need something. You feel it's not being done fast enough. You feel you're in hellscape. But I'm telling you to discipline yourselves. Do not be like me. I'm an internet lunatic. And you need to save your nation with your friends, and that means entering positions of influence, especially in the security apparatus. And that means having watertight OPSEC. And I will talk more about OPSEC and how to keep yourself safe and private over the coming days. But some of you can't be convinced. Someone got it into your head that collapse is coming, the end of the world is coming in 5 years. Okay, somebody told you this. It's all over, so you have to act. It's stupid. Now, I concede it can get bad. It will get bad. The left is lunatic, and I don't see how the 2020s won't be a terrible and a violent time. And I'm not endorsing anything, but it's hard to see how it will be a good time. But then, in that case, most of all, you will need to be in a position of responsibility, and especially one having to do with the police or the security state, in order at least to help yourself or your family and your friends. If you don't believe me, you read Conrad. Read Conrad, Joseph Conrad book, Nostromo. A book I often recommend. It's a story about the collapse of a ramshackle country and the rebirth of another. And you'll see the men they rely on there, Nostromo, our man. And the people involved, and why I tell you this, when you read the book you'll see. And incidentally, it's also the best book ever written about South America. You will understand, for example, events in Bolivia recently, and most of those countries, if you read it. This style of Conrad is a bit heavy, is a bit hard to get through at start, but I strongly recommend it. You know, Cretino America is unfortunately also the near future of the United States too, with all the problems that come with that. So regardless, speaking of which, do you hear? Uruguay leftist government, where I went just last week to overthrow the government for the election. And Uruguay government was just voted out of power after 15 years, the leftists. And the win of the right wing is confirmed just 2 days ago. He's not right wing in the way you want, the new president of Uruguay. He doesn't sound like a Trumpist, but it's complicated. It's much better than the leftist goons who were there for 15 years. Because in his own way, the new president of Uruguay, he will try to make life a little better for the civilized parts of that country, whereas the previous government just let homeless and robbers take over Montevideo, the capital. It's amazing, the worldwide infestation of the homeless. the collapse in security is also what brought Bolsonaro to power in Brazil. You know, it can help us. Anyway, enough of this. Actually, this show, I have quite different things to talk to you about. I want to discuss first some ideas I recently pitched to HBO, the TV station, cable, and to Spielberg, the director. I pitched some show ideas. And then to discuss World War II matters, and in particular, the problem of the war on the Eastern Front, and also the very sensitive, controversial subject of Holocaust, which is, it's overdone on shows, on message boards, in popular culture and academia, in your school, everywhere. It's just overdone. But the things I will tell you, like usual, I think you're unlikely to have heard anywhere else. It's very unpleasant subject, very ugly, but I want to introduce you to maybe some highbrow debates on this so you don't get caught up in the midget wars around it. So now I must go to break. I found, by the way, just for a suggestion for snack, I found a kind of caramel milk that you put in coffee now. It's kind of condensed caramel milk. I drink throughout the day in coffee. Show coffee is like caramel with glycine. It's very smooth mind. Smooth mind show. Yes, I am trying to enter Hollywood world. You know, I lived in Hollywood for a while. I had nothing to do with the movie or entertainment industry, nothing at all. I would just drive around at night, Hollywood, Thai town and Armenia town, and downtown Los Angeles. It was very nice, empty streets, vaporware atmosphere. But it's true, if you go to, let's say, Santa Monica Cafe, you will meet many aspiring actresses and writers and such. It is very entertaining to see this kind of striving. It's entertaining to see the kind of ambition and delusions of the art people and the kind of theater people have. Some of you will make it, some of them will make it in that world, but not without sucking a lot of cock. And I have a friend who he blackmailed a Netflix executive recently in accepting his miniseries show idea. It will air next year on Netflix special. And I tell you the plot about my friend miniseries. It's about the DC, Washington DC political think tank and lobbying world. The working title is Our Principles, Our Decency. It's about the makings of a Washington power couple. I like this plot. It's about an assistant political philosophy instructor with a kind of conservatarian leanings, somewhat porthy, of pale skin and soft hands, who wears a bow tie. And he aims to teach curriculums of the classics, plus the founders, you know, the usual Plato to the Federalist and Lincoln, type of boilerplate. But he finds himself in rather unusual circumstances for what he expected. This is set a few years in the future when he is denounced by a student mob as a white supremacist and a white nationalist for having an obviously because he has an all-white curriculum. And he can't only teach dead white men, you see. I wonder why they haven't gone this far yet everywhere, but I think they will at some point soon. But so he's forced to teach, for example, Patrice Lumumba. You know, Lumumba, he's the Afro-Marxist founder of the Congolese Republic and a major political thinker and political theorist of the 20th century, one of the luminaries, along with other geniuses like Julius Nyerere, the founding father of Tanzania. So this professor in the show, he then is able to, you know, such people, they're able to fool themselves. So he's able to talk himself into even the justice of this, of having to teach these people. He works on a manuscript, The Founding Wisdom of Patrice Lumumba. And he engages in close reading of the socialist essays of Julius Nyerere. But then he looks in his classroom and he realizes most of his classes are now Chinese students. Most do not speak any English and outsource their essays to Craigslist. But even so, he continues on this noble task of keeping political prudence and wisdom alive by teaching political philosophy and Lumumba and Nyerere political philosophy Afro-Marxist to Chinese non-English speakers. And he's able to convince himself, even in this thankless task, that he's shaping souls. So the first episode, the pilot episode I've seen, deals with this and how after enduring endless humiliations, he's nevertheless fired anyway for being caught diddling himself in the men's locker room when the water polo team is there. I don't know, but with connections, his Eminence Gree's advisor, he's able to move to Washington, D.C. This is plot of show, you know, where he becomes a copywriter for a Koch-funded lobby group. He makes $30,000 a year, and he's tasked with attacking consumer advocacy and green groups, you know, people who complain about pollution and chemical contamination of food and such, and xenoestrogens. There are such lobby groups in Washington whose entire job it is to attack us, you know. So I've seen this show, it's quite good. It shows all the adventures of this protagonist I'm describing, including his courtship, of a very strong woman, an affluent white liberal woman like you discussed now, who works at the CIA. They marry and they become a power couple. He moves up in the world. He becomes a congressional staffer and eventually a lobbyist himself. And through this power couple social life, sort of Wiener and his wife, what's her name? That flunky of Hillary Clinton. You get a full view of the so-called ruling class, you know. You hear that, the ruling class, the true aristocracy of the beautiful and the good that has congregated in the Mandarin capital of Washington, D.C. The title, yes, Our Principles, Our Decency, to be aired on Netflix next year. I want to see this show. But enough of this. For real, though, I have my own ideas for series, for movies. And I've wanted to make this following one for a while. I think I mentioned to you before, I have a movie for miniseries idea. I was watching Band of Brothers and other Pacific series on HBO, wartime series Band of Brothers, Tom Hanks. And I thought, why not pitch my own miniseries ideas? I contacted Spielberg, and he's very open to this. I have ideas, same concept, it's 10-part miniseries about World War II, but instead it's about a special operations SS unit on the Eastern Front. Oh yes, the plot will center around a mortal feud, a central tension between a German Balt from Estonia, whose family was murdered by the Bolsheviks, and who is seeking revenge. It's a central plot centers a private vendetta of this German Balt SS officer against an NKVD commissar who carried out the murders. The Soviet Secret Liquidation Police, that's what called NKVD. So that's what the central plot is. He pursues this wisecracking NKVD operative who's going to be played by Jon Favreau. He's already agreed to it. Yeah, I'm writing this liquidation squad commissar to be played with great panache, with wisecracking, fast wit like you see on West Wing. There will also be a subplot in this show about an Ahnenerbe attaché. For all you non-weebs, the Ahnenerbe was the Ancestral Research Institute of the SS. They were totally nuts, okay? They were psychotic. They were the ones who did the expeditions to Tibet and to Bolivia and the Amazon. They are the ones interested in occult lore. And look up, for example, Otto Rahn, if you're interested. R-A-H-N, the last name, is quite something that Dan Brown is resurrecting this Gnostic crap. But Otto Rahn celebrated the Cathars and was seeking the Holy Grail. He has a book about this. So that's right, Dan Brown, you know, the Vatican conspiracy theory writer, he's a gateway drug to hardcore National Socialism. Be careful. But anyway, the Ahnenerbe are the ones who did all the weird research for the SS, and I'm putting a major subplot in this miniseries. There'll be an Ahnenerbe attaché to the SS squad who is searching for wild men among the Circassians of the Kuban. The Kuban is an area of Caucasus in Russia. So, you know, there are long-standing reports in that area, I'm not making this up now, about species of wild men totally covered with hair and many other such things. You know, they're supposed to exist there. By the way, look up the Colchis, the ancient people known as the Colchis to the ancient Greeks. Herodotus talks about them, how they're swarthy. You know, blacks have always lived in Georgia, that country in the Caucasus. Very strange. But in any case, so what do you think about this show idea? I'm submitting it to HBO for consideration, and Spielberg already has he's put out feelers for it. You know, I have a follow-up in mind if they let me, a kind of after series, also 10 episodes, about another Cheka commissar. That's Cheka, the early secret police of the communist Bolsheviks in 1920s, Lenin's most brutal liquidation squads. You know, the guys whose job it was to murder all the families of the Russian nobility they could get their hands on. But this guy who's this commissar in the Cheka, he has a glint in his eye. He sees an opportunity, and very soon, after the 1930s, he manages to leave Russia, having leveraged his position and knowledge to sneak out Fabergé eggs, to sneak them out of the country. He sells them at an enormous profit in Paris, and he thereafter arrives in Hollywood as a remade man with a new name and a fortune, and founds a movie studio in Hollywood. And the rest of the show would be about his escapades there and his newfound opportunities in the land of freedom. Do you like this idea? I'm pitching this one to Larry David, and I'm hoping he will be open-minded enough to fund it and promote it. It would be a sort of illustration of Yuri Slezkin's famous book, The Jewish Century.
Alright, downtown LA off the dome, you feel me? Listen, it ain't about the music, it ain't about the songs. Pull up to the council of Chalcedon with young Countess Vaughn. What's all this about? What go on? You can tell that I'm considering going the same route as Spawn. Psych, never making type of deals. Life just feels like I'm getting shot by 1,000 eels. Yeah. Alright, downtown LA off the dome, you feel me?
Shout out Nagasi. to figure out what I want to do. If I want to cut up some more loops, try to make some beats off what I have. I feel like I could probably go for another few hours if I drink a coffee or something. Just don't know yet. I also have to consider that this stuff will be going along with these joints, so that I don't have to make too much, really.
Toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves it so much. 11 toes down. He's a big fan of yours and he loves it so much.
bad. Let's go to the league. Woo. Uh-oh. No. Cool, I can say this to my family now. Sweet. I was wondering about that. Forgot about that. TJ, suppose. I forgot I can't look at these without turning that off. Here's all the good ones. World premiere, many take, everyone. World premiere. Strawberry chapstick. halfway there. Let me get a couple people on the doing this live. I'll have to clip it out and upload it. Just that clip, and then this last few hours I'm gonna edit it down. Buried in the 6-hour stream. stands. Maybe I'll find a commercial for strawberry chapstick and get some audio for that on one of the tracks or something to make it come more whole, whatever, sound more cohesive. And yeah, get a little bit more gelled together after the next few go arounds, and maybe even make another track or two for it. But it kind of flows, so we're getting there. Guess I'm just gonna chill out. Maybe I'll get on later and I'm gonna charge my batteries or whatever, so to speak. Eat something. I was really hungover. Me and TJ drank a whole fucking bottle of vodka yesterday, and I fell asleep by the time it was like 6 o'clock. I don't know how I made it home. I was pretty sick all day today though, so I'm recovering and better spirits today. I'm trying to keep it going.